Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How is everybody doing? We are continuing with more 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Where last us off, we got murdered by Clover with an X. She went cuckoo crazy. And today we are going to try a new route. We need to see what lies beyond the number 3 door. Where would they go next? Well, we've done. Yeah, they need to figure out. You might hurt people. She was right. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. It wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If a group was 4, the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match at all. As Seven spoke, his voice was strained. Then, you're saying we're going to decide who's going to stay behind? Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves. No, that's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? Oh, here we go. It's the same dialogue. Yeah, but back over to press because Snake is not here. Ace is volunteering to stay behind. Ace is taking a nap. Blah 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 blah. We've been through the song and dance 2 times already. I want to go through door 3. I want to go through door number 3. No, you can't. Huh? Why? Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3. Why? The basic numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5. Or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door. I see. That means one team would get left behind. That's right. That doesn't happen if you go through door 7 or 8. No, they are fine. You got 3 options. Santa began to explain. Plan A. Go to door 7 with 358 and go to door 8 with 4. Plan B. Go to door 7 with 457 and go to door 8 with 368. Plan C. Go to door 7 with 367 and go to door 8 with 458. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least, if we want to get all 6 of us out of here. That's when Junpei realized. Plan A divided into 2 teams, 358 and 467. Plan B divides into 2 teams, 457 and 368. Plan C divides into 2 teams, 367 and 458. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and June would be separated. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're going to be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you going to do? 7 or 8, time to choose. Junpei thought hard. After thinking it over, his conclusion was... Take the risk and choose door 3. Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3. What? That's nuts. You've got to be crazy. Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door? I'm just... Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he had been about to say. I'm just curious about door 3, that's all. That doesn't explain shit. I got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. With that, he began walking toward the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually they arrived at door number 3, at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me? Huh? Why? Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scan. Happy? Yeah, thanks. The number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch your red just like 7 did. Junpei, what are you trying to figure out? Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out. Oh? What? Really? I got him excited. Just as Junpei had intended. Now please, June. Okay. 7 plus 6 equals 13. 1 plus 3 equals 4. With those two numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner and the third asterisk blinked. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Alright. The only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So, what's your point? You don't get it? Think about it. What's the sum of your number and Clover's? 12. What's the digital root of that? 3. Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? 7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right? Yes. And that will be the digital root by if you add a 3 to that. 3. The door's number. There you go. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa. Or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever. You son of a bitch! You tricked us! Then all the stuff you were going on about is all bullshit. Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figure out another way to get out of here? This is it. Why the hell would you do something like this? Junpei glanced at June. Junpei? You did this just so you could go through the same door as June? That's it? Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit flew from his lip as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again. So who is it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover? Shit. We are going. Clover? Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei and the door. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment and then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover. No, wait! Santa did not hesitate. Urgh. Slammed his hand down on the reds. This is insane. This isn't right. He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yes, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It only remained so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the doors, gaping mouths, one after another. No sooner did they enter than an altered familiar noise sounded from the left wrist. Detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeated, the desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed and they were gone. You son of a bitch, Junpei. This isn't fair. Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning cracking in his eyes and his knuckles wide. Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't... Shut it. That's enough. It had been Junpei that spoke, but Seven. We gotta find the dead, or none of this is gonna matter. The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the four of them would be... We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving. They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but everyone was blocked off by a wall of metal. There's only one way out. One other door. There. Seven ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled it. The room inside was pitch black. They could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall. I found it! The dead's right over here! He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery. What? He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was... Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over there. Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other 3 piled in behind him. Del felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. But there was no time to say so. Quick, get to the dead. They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was a tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. And finally, suddenly, they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner. Oh. Yeah, everybody's panting. Okay. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air, as his breathing began to return to normal. He glanced at the left wrist and grunted. It stopped. It stopped. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. People could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face. What the... Ah! The sound of retching came from Santa's direction. What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke. So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one even noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach cleanse and bile rise up in his throat. Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here. The light that spilled in front of the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked toward it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers towards the switch. There was a soft click as the lights came on. It had scarcely faded when another noise pierced the air. A scream. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Always a spaghetti, man. Small chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Pools of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down. The wall, even as they dried it. It's like an explosion. Seven's voice was low and strained. Just like the nightmare. The detonator's burst had set off the bomb in his guts. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to shatter the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head was simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Is that Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god. Finally, Junpei spoke. How did this happen? No! Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity and not entirely human. No! 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 She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing. No! Stop it, June! He grabbed for her wrist. But as he did, June let up and ran toward the exit. Please, get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! She screamed at the door, and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knees. Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this? She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fist failed against the door. Get me out of here! Please! Please, just let me out! Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door. No, get off of me! Let me go! Let me go! She scrambled for a moment, the legs skittering across the floor, but the resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed toward the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's gonna be okay, Kenny. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while at least. Junpei's body is so warm. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Okay, well, seek a way out. It has to turn you. Nothing, not even a draft by claw. Even paper tied to this pipe with a wire. Notice, drainage valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. Let's leave that for now. Water coming out of the shower head. See if Shit, that's hot. Really hot. And the water must be just about boiling. Muffler. Can you get it off? No, it's screwed on the wall. Okay. I checked out the tutorial. Nothing unusual there. Oh. The card. The key card. I don't think we can get this somewhere. I don't think so. It's too deep. I can't reach it. Okay. Nothing in the toilet. Those will be gross. Might be something in the tank, though. Let's open that shit up. Oh. A red key cards. Tank where the red key was. Nothing here now. One thing for the toilets. Seen a lot of OC guys trying to hide a piece or something like this. Usually for 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. Don't know what they'll figure out everybody else thinks is clever too. I don't mean an OPs, but what's OC? Organized crime. What's that? Some kind of police slang? Huh? Probably. Why'd I say? Why look all sad? It's not really important right now, guys. Let's check it out, alright? Let's not waste any time here. Screwdriver. The rest looks as normal. He fished for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June. The rabbit hutch. Huh? He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face. Oh, it just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean. How did I remind you of something like that? Jumpy and the broom. We were always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch. I was? Don't you remember? Jumpy stared at the broom in his hand. I mean, you don't remember that summer either? She looked very sad. He shook his head. Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible. They were in 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after the teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying. I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hands and you looked very serious and you said, "Don't cry, I'm gonna catch the person who did this." After you told that, I finally stopped crying. Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were gonna catch a killer together. Mm-hmm. June smiled and a little of the flush of life returned to her cheeks. Then we decided that we'd ambush them. Yeah, remember. The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided that the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And June's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget, as long as he lived. But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation and they never showed up. Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all the work amounted to something, you know? He felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it. Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle. What do you mean? She looked at him confused. Oh, come on. Oh, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right? I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me. She blushed fiercely. You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals. Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject. I was the only one who asked to do it at first. Yeah, boys wouldn't really want to bother with taking care of animals. Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you? If it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna maybe do something else, you know? You know how the school was. I think it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody wasn't going to tell on me if I felt like blowing it off. Really? That's why you volunteered? Yeah, it is. He nodded quickly, much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important. That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbit so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he felt. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air. Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We gotta figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise... Yes. June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. Snoopy turned around and looked at the room. At Snake's body, chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor. The conversation he and June had been having scarcely fit their surroundings. Or perhaps it was a simple human nature. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him. He had to live. He wanted to live again, a life with June in it. As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. All that for a fucking broom, my god. And a bucket. There's some toilet paper here. Pack of toilet paper. A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol. Wait, I don't really think we're supposed to use luminol here, do you? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here. Maybe we should try it just in case. Yeah, because there are letters here. L L R L R L. Oh, is it maybe for the vowels? Left, left, right, left, right, left. Well, that's what it said on the wall. What if it actually did anything? Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? Just mess with the valves a little. Nothing big. Must be water flowing through the pipe on the right. Water pouring out of the drain. A blue key card. It has a mercury symbol on it. We came in. The lock there ain't really anything. Also, there's a number 4. We can go back to the number 4 if we wanted to. Okay. Oh, what's this? What do you think this is? Oh, star. Kind of sticky. Don't even just wipe it off. Now just pour some water on it gonna help much either. What about hot water? Hot water. There's some really hot water, like boiling hot, and you could wash it off. That's why we have a bucket. Use the shower here to fill the bucket with hot water. Hey Seven, could you turn on the shower? I'm gonna put the bucket under the head. Ah, okay, sure thing. Bucket filled with hot water. It looks like tar inside the water. Flush the hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. Oh wait, we need to fill it in here. Pour the hot water into the tank and we filled it. Now we should be able to flush it, right? Probably the handles from the tank. Think so? Seriously, yeah, pretty sure. Flush out water. There it goes, just like a toilet should work. 185 equals. Usual this toilet. Thank God. Counter has been attached to the wall pretty good with screws. Oh! You can screw it loose. Not screwed on the wall. That means that Junpei needs to take the screws out with a screwdriver. While he was so engaged, Santa suddenly spoke. Hey Junpei, you know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit or 75 degrees Celsius like this one? Junpei answered without thinking, his eyes would screw. No, can't say I ever thought about that. At 107 degrees Celsius, the human body starts to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point. Why is it I brought that up, Junpei? Oh yeah? Continue to work at the screw. It's pretty rare for fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could. Like what? Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna. Or getting thrown to an incinerator and burned to death. Yeah, I guess it would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit. Junpei gave a short barking laugh. A moment later, the screw fell. With a small tug, Junpei pulled the thermometer from the wall. Right, I got it. I looked up and saw Santa glaring at the blank section of the wall. Huh? What's up? Nothing. Forget about it. Santa spun around and walked off, away from Junpei. But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look angry. He looked very, very sad. Okay, what the fuck is going on with everybody here? There's open at the bottom of the gauge. I wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets hot, something will open. Could mean exposed to hot water. Yeah, get this hot water thermometer, then maybe. Alright, thermometer, let's get this party started. Yep, looks like that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. And now it's at open one. Oh, it's open. What's this? There's a piece of paper in here. 957 plus 185 just washed off inside the writing of those numbers. See it? 185 equals. What's this? You got me, just looks like numbers. Nine five seven. But what do we do with the broom and the toilet paper, I wonder? Just for the water. Password is 4 digits. That's impressive about push button. Those are the powers on. Wonder what the deals with those things that say alarm. Red light is on. Yeah, it still says lock. The blue light there next to it is off. Do we need to use the card? Red light is on. Got to pay both the lights are on now. We just need to put in the passwords. What's the ENC for? E means enter, C is clear, I think. We know how that works. Okay. So 957 plus. Okay, check. Well, I need to check back in the toilets. 185. I don't think it's that we need to add these together, because that would make one 1142. I could give it a try, see if it works. I doubt it does, but who knows? Error. Okay, there's still a hint that we are missing here. I need to think. What can we do with toilet paper and a broom? Can we not clog the toilets? First flush the cell to the bottom of the bowl. The bowl. Okay. Light bulbs. Oh, hang on. Can't use the bucket anymore. Some toilet paper on the shelf. Can we not like add the toilet paper here? I feel like we need to. Okay, I'm getting confused. What do we do with toilet paper? Something behind this wall over here. Guess not. Don't need to mess with that anymore. Okay. Okay, and that seems to be done. Something in here then. Hmm. $185 equals. Some kind of red symbols on it. Maybe a skill cipher, schedule cipher, what else? There are a piece of paper on a stick and then with several sentences on it so that the whole paper is filled up. The red paper, you can't tell the original message. Okay. What is red toilet paper around it? Okay. Oh, 634 plus. $64 plus 957. That is 1591. That is a 4-letter code. Maybe that'll work. No. $44 plus 957. $185 equals. I'm so confused with that. I'm drawing a blank here. Do we need to... I'm grabbing a calculator for this. Oh, if I'm getting bested by a goddamn toilet. Nine by 7. $1591. Do we manage to subtract 185? Is it 1406? No, it's also there. Keycards are used, so we need to do something with the numbers here. $634 plus 957 plus. I thought maybe the missing letters, but that's not it. Oh, wait. 957 plus 64 plus 185. It's one big. It's 1776 then. There we go. Let's get out of here. You found it. Outside the shower room was a hallway that extended off to the left and right. At the right hand was a large iron door. He moved a few steps toward the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal. They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room. What are you doing, Seven? Well, I figured maybe you might want to come back here sometime. So I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go. With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when June spoke up. Junpei, look. He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall. Junpei ran over and peeled it off. It's the ship interior. That sea deck on the upper left corner. From what he could tell, it was a map of the floor they were on. There will be time to look at it later. Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pockets. Back at the door, the four of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door and then turned to look back at the rest of them. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded. Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them let through. It took only a moment for them to realize where they were. They had been there only a short time ago. It was a large hospital room filled with countless beds. Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he had only just woken up. The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open palmed across the face. Could you do this to us? Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them. Knock it off. We've got a bigger shit to worry about right now. His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake. What? Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. So long as a screwdriver there, it can't shut so you can get in there. It also explained how they might find the shower room and how he used the broom to secure the door remained open as well. You think we can go there without passing through the numbered door? Yeah, that's about the size of it. What the hell is in there? You'll know when you see it. Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then Nanta stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who had only just woken from a lengthy slumber. My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back from it. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though. Ace shook his head weakly. Did it go as well? Seven nodded. Very well. Ace followed Lotus and Clover with a stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed with her head drooping lightlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt that even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Nightman was. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There are 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. A, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued. It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once the door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. Probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in used the death. Then 81 seconds after he was shoved in. That happens. I see. That's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. You wouldn't open for Snake in a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Jump across his arms and grunted. Just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? We all split up to look for the parts for the Reds. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. And that means none of us have alibis. We were all lost searching the rooms we've been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah. That means anybody could be the killer. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? June seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually? Well, not just one of us. I'm right that at least 2 of us are murderers. Won't you calm down a bit, Sam? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know? What? Zero wants? Exactly. The game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner. Those who don't are the losers. Chocolate! 9 minutes, 9 beings, 9 windows. That should be a secret. They were trying to make us fight against one another for the victory. They're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other. Yes. This is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Now does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yep. Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Does it seem reasonable that you would have killed Snake as well? Lupe hadn't really considered it. How are you doing, Aki? Doing well, Chocolate. Good morning. Hope the coffee is kicking in, and if not, I hope it kicks in soon. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was one on the ship with him. But Zero is still on the ship with him. Started drinking it? Hell yeah. Oh, wait, so you already seen this dialogue? It's crazy. Guess you're going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here, where was he putting himself in danger? Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive. Clover looked at Junpei in her face. You don't believe me? Which is so pitiful. The moment Junpei met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong. Or perhaps the way he said it had been too insensitive. Clover just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she had also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. The middle stage she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. And murder them. She felt everybody was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought I should apologize. But before the apology could begin... Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us. Asa beat Junpei to the punch. I spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero's the one who did those horrible things to you. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. You could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence, 3 in the morning, y'all need to move, motherfuckers! 7 Clover. I know how you feel, but do you understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? 7 Clover remained silent. Their eyes were being looked at somewhere else, far away. Let's go, we have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. The next destination was Mercury. They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino in the kitchen. Between the two elevators was a card reader with a Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. He found the card while investigating the shower room. Took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. A small beep and the lights on the reader blinked to life. Now they were ready. 7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator. There were only 2 floor buttons that could push, the C and the bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly they began to move downwards. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. This is a numbered door. Yeah, it's door 2. Immediately they began to discuss who would go through it. Told over the door is Sayo. I don't think I know that reference though. Doesn't ring a bell. The early experiences had shown them that they would meet again, regardless of which number door they took. As a result, there were no arguments this time. Instead, they concerned themselves with who would be sent in to investigate what was beyond the door. The first to volunteer was 7. Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. Doki Doki Literature. Oh, now I know. 5, 7, 8 makes 20, 2 and 0 makes 2. Alright, we're taking off. Okay, please be careful. Jesus, you are acting like you're married, you know that. June blushed. So did Junpei. Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the bed. Hey, where does door 2 lead us? This is the last one we have yet to see. The door opened. As I come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side. Alright, let's go. Lotus was the first through the door. 7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the net. They'd been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast. It was the 3rd time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again. It was a short hallway with 5 doors along the walls. There were 3 doors along the left wall, and a single one on the right. At the end of the hallway, the 5th door was covered by a thick metal plate. Junpei didn't think they'd be able to open it. After taking a look around the room himself, 7 spoke. Alright, let's get started. I think we probably better split up. You two okay with that? Yes, no problem. Sure thing. 7 nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to them. Lotus looked at the door for a moment, then headed for the one in the center. At last, Junpei was left alone. Oh, I guess I better get started too. He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Here we go. Confinement room, front hallway. Oh, this looks ominous. There's barely see a mirror from the light coming to the ceiling. I recognized the mirror was a little lower down. It's at the same height as the mirror on the right. I wonder what that means. I wonder if that means anything. Sink but no light shining on it. What is anything going on with the sink? Pulse is too hard to turn. Okay. What's a little lighting here? There's just one beam of light. The rest of the place is dark, can't see anything. There's no way you can explore the rest of this room. Blanket, not a really great one, but still. And I'm in a harder pull, this damn thing won't budge. No opening this anytime soon. It doesn't look like the keyhole either, and doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How am I supposed to open it? I don't know, ask Clover to find an axe, I don't know. This, somebody made some wavy blue lines on the mirror with blue paint. Drawing a blue scarf? Well, maybe not. It's pretty unique. Got a squared frame. Seems a little weird to me. It's kind of a weird shape for drain. Think they made it a shape for a reason or just for fun? Oh. A moon. This toilet is disgusting. You don't expect me to touch that thing, do you? If you don't want to, then I'll do it, alright? Toilet is vile, and surprisingly those refuse to go anywhere near it. A moon. A filthy, disgusting moon. It's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? Old toilet paper. How do I touch it? It's horrible. Not like I really got a choice, do I? Not like I want to. There's a towel. No time. It's not like you're that young anymore. This shouldn't really matter. Why would Junpei? Aren't you lucky? Seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. That's how you dry. Dry skin's a woman's worst enemy. This is the part of the design of the towel. Do you think that means anything? Well, the towel looks like water's flowing from the river to the spring. I think that means that we need to make water flow from here. There's no knob on this faucet. There's no way you can get water out of it like this. You'll find a knob or something that works as one. You should be able to get water to come out of this thing. Okay, we don't have that yet. Look in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right. The hell of the drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It's just messy. Why don't you take it out? Center room drawer. It looks like maybe we could find a replacement. That'd be sweet. Can we not use the drawer? There's a mirror on the other side of this drawer. Interesting. Kind of an odd shape. It looks like something attached to the handle of the screw after the fact. Oh, okay. I didn't see the mirror. What about here? Got a whirlpool. The water doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much 7 turn the thing, no water is coming out. Has water been shut off or somewhere else? Go down the drain. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it out. Let's use our heads on this one. Alright, let's figure this thing out. We have a sunset. Let's look like the ones on the doors. Toilet paper too, huh? Seriously, not gonna need this for anything. In the rest, in fact, it doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of this thing. The rod feels loose. Maybe if we give it a couple turns. Here we go. Screwdriver shafts. Okay, I thought maybe you could get it out. Guess I was wrong. Oh, what the hell? It's not opening. I got this drawer. I don't trust it. There's a pair of screws screwed on the desk. Why don't truffle to the drawer? Doesn't matter how old this thing is, we're gonna have a tough time if we just try to break it open. I'm gonna be a pain, but I think we need to figure out a way to get those screws off. I thought maybe that would work, but I guess not. If it's 7 sound, it would probably break. You say something? Nothing at all. You're fat. Emergency. A bunch of tiles on door spell emergency. It means we need to emerge out of it. Okay, probably go in that door. Go to the back, I wonder where it goes. Solve that, I tried a couple things, but yeah, same result. SF wasn't about to do anything. Oh well. Won't open. Door doesn't open. One of those parts of the puzzle. Yeah, busting my balls here, Junpei. Oh, we can check here. 14 equals E. Probably means a 14 somewhere represents an E, but I don't know what 14 that would be. I don't know either. Out of ordinary. Looks dirty toilet. It's too dark to tell. Don't trust the dirty toilets. Okay. Really? Why? Can we not like screw the knob off of this thing? Because it just seems like a knob for a faucet. And it pisses me off that I cannot do anything about it. Work on the mirror, saying we need to make water come from here somehow. Hmm. Did we check out the bed though? I don't think we did. Dirty blanket on the bed. It's a mess, not even the bed anymore. I said I want to sleep here. Spring at the bottom of the river. Yes, we can see that. Talking about the towel we've got. I guess it does look a little like that thing on the mirror. Yeah, spring on the towel has got to be indicated in the picture on this mirror. And the mirror is indicating the sink, right? But the picture is like a spring with water, and the sink's all dried out. No water comes out of the faucet. What do we do here? Screwdriver's shaft. It's missing a handle though. If ever when the screws fit, there's gonna be a hard time without a handle. Go for the handle, maybe it'll do us some good. I thought maybe wrap the blanket around to make like a handle, but no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to be creative. Emergency, huh? Not like we are in one right now. There's no way you could hide a puzzle in something that's small. You know, still. So seems like they might try to. Oh, what's this? Oh, there's something. Huh? You said there's something in there. Excuse me? Can't see anything there. Oh, bullshit. Just stick your hand in it. You'll be fine. I want to touch it unless I have to. It's not having this. It's really not want to be bad. I thought we were onto something here, but I guess not. Can we not undo the mirror? No, we cannot. I've seen sat up without the pillows. Still terrible bed. I never sleep on the bed like that. Okay. Thanks for sharing that info with the class. The hell is 14 equals E? Be right back. No worries, chocolates. I'm going to slowly lose my mind over this. It's a sink, but there's no light shining over it. Hmm. I feel like I'm going to be stuck here. Don't to flush the toilet. Oh, bless him. See me have to flush the toilet. Hmm. Why do they have confinement rooms here? That seems kinda odd. Oh. Aha! Got a handle. Now I can combine for a screwdriver. There we go. Oh, now we're making progress. Get those screws off. Sweet, got the screws off. Now I can open the drawer. Fucking finally. Look in there. Maybe the drawer is what we need. Drawer. Let's yank the thing out. A bump on the back. Wonder what it's for. Maybe there's a hole somewhere and the bump's lined up and trigger a hidden switch or something. Too weird stuff. Doesn't seem that far-fetched. I like something falling. What was that? Where to? Let's open the drawer. Oh. A tile. Interesting. This is a really weird shape for a drain. We do not want to put the tile in? What if we use the center room drawer in the other room now? I took the drawer out of this desk. Okay, so it's not that we put the other one in there, it seems. I'm not gonna be able to pull it out. Not even with the screwdriver? No water comes out. Let's go. A friend just cut off contact with me and... Oh, I'm sorry, Chocolates. Hope you feel better soon. Hope everything will be alright. Take care. Let's see here. The moon symbol on it. Nothing in the drawer. We were making good progress here, so... Currently at the stop. Prepare for towels and... Just combining shit now for the sake of it. So mirror on the back of the drawer. The handle's weird. The handle is attached to the screw. Can we really not... Oh! Oh wait, yeah, now we can use screwdriver. God, I forgot. Put the knob on. Yeah. I can turn the water on. Wait, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I see that. I ask you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. It's false to have a knob and we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Anytime now. Hey, water's filling up. Does that just mean the pieces are pipes are clogged? Oops, they're turned off for now. Did anything change? The water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Alright, Jumpy, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? It's totally filled with water. Thanks, Clark. A lot of the water isn't draining out the sink. Okay, if we go over here now. Oh! Another tile. Lupe put a wet towel into his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead. Hey, what's going on? You okay, man? He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs. Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all. His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt. It was many things, but fine was not one of them. Are you sure? You don't look so good. Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally he spoke. What am I doing here? His words made no sense. What are you talking about? You opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot. No, that's not what I mean. He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something. It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before. Huh? I said I'd been in this room before. You were here? When? Why? Oi, lights. Nona. Suddenly Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't even make out of what he said. What the hell was that? Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth. It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't. Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide. That's right, experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on the ship. An experiment? What sort of experiment? They were trying to control people. Or something like that. Cooper didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared at Seven and continued. Oi, Light, no. Those were the names. Well, some kids that were there in the experiment. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here. Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly around the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements. Sperm. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Just kidnapped kids. Was I working that case? Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped. He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise and he began to mumble to himself. All's gone? No, maybe it was a different thing. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one. At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer. Hey, what exactly do you remember? Well, maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here. Seven stood up slowly. It's not like I really remember anything different. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and it don't make much sense. I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then. Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important. Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke. What I remember, I think I was a cop. A cop? Yeah. I was looking for the group of kids who got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news. Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. It was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. You're saying you were investigating it? Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. It had something to do with those kids. After I figured it out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for me. It told me a ship would be leaving that night with all the kids on it. They're going to be taken to some kind of big passenger ship somewhere out of the ocean. Oh! And so Seven had headed to the wharf. Get to the shadows, and before long found a suspicious ship he had been looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. There were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags onto the ship. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. Okay, are we still going good? I think so. Yeah, why is it happening recently where OBS just decided to shit the bed out of the sudden? Only 88 draw frames, so we should be fine. Ah, that's weird. I may have to check back at my router maybe tomorrow. Hang on, let me just check something real quick. Okay, well, I think we should be fine to continue, so onward we go. With the words, he felt a cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Seven woke to find himself lying on the hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There's a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, was the place Seven had seen all too often. I'm in a cell, huh? Opposite to the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, and tried pulling it. It didn't open, but that was about what he had expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in the cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long he wasn't sure. At last he began to nod off, and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. There's over it's 9. The voice was far away. Very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. Yeah, his eyes shot open. Oh, ear. Okay, ing. As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps a door? No, that wasn't it. What? Go. Ow. Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up and... there it was. There's a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. Now that he had found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Did he remember what the man from Cradle Pharmaceuticals had told him? How she would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on a passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. Yeah, how'd you like that, you son of a bitch? The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blinking. Hey, what happened after that? He waited long enough, but Seven shook his head. I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the ducts. I think I found some kids too. Oh man, why can't I remember what happened next? Oh man, what happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them? I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think. Huh? Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness the likes of which he had never seen on a man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. Oh. It sounds like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke. Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else. After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man. There's nothing more he could do. Instead, Junpei turned his mind to trying to make sense of what Seven had told him. Children who had been kidnapped 9 years before. Apparently, a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical had been behind the kidnappings, and had taken the children to the ship they were on now. They had been brought to the ship for an experiment. Something to do with controlling human beings, Seven had said. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subject of the experiment. Seven had said 3 of their names were Ai, Light, and Nona. This was the new information. He had also learned that Seven was, or had been, a police officer. Still, there was little he could do with this new information. He learned nothing about the Nonary game or Zero. He had no idea why he had been brought to the ship that had been the site of those experiments 9 years before. Junpei couldn't forget what Seven had said the purpose of the experiment had been. To control human beings. Would such an absurd experiment really have been conducted? Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought. No time for that, he chided himself. He had work to do. Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and resumed to the investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Alright. 2 tiles. They seem to be identical. You have a towel and a drawer with no handle now. Sink with no light shining on it. Drawer that doesn't open. Okay. What's next? Hmm. Sink is filled with water now. You cannot flush the toilet, sadly. There must be something you can do here. But what? E equals 14. What does that mean? Everyone who was whether or not they were reflecting in the light. Oh yeah, I could probably use a mirror to... Oh my god. So that a little easy shine onto. Oh. Hello. I get if you shine light in the mirror, a symbol appears. Left has a sun and the right one has a moon. I'm gonna remember this. Four and 7. So does it mean sun is 4, moon is 7? What does it mean though? Never go back. Okay, we can do nothing with this door. Vladimir back, the mysterious symbol on the wall. Hmm. Vladimir back, the mysterious symbol on the wall. Hmm. 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 Ugh. Wait, hang on. Okay. Hmm. Does you sync lit up? Okay, well, you wanted to sync tonight and lit up, so what's your fucking problem, Junpei? Hmm. Only Lotus and Seven were useful. Hmm. So 7. Something with this is supposed to mean 4. They're all 2. Hmm. I am going to check if there's something I missed here. Hang on. Door 2 possible. Let's see here. Confinement room. Let's see here. One tap the partition next to sink, takes rooms, toilets. From there sounds okay. Screw to remove the screw itself. Okay. The drawer. Put the drawer for one to the desk to open the drawer and grab the tile drops. Get an off to the sink and attach the faucet. Yes. Inventory, head back to room 1. Go right to where you found screwdriver parts, use a string. Oh. Okay. It's about how many times I use the toilet. All you can manipulate in this room is that string. That's hard to make it possible if someone wouldn't trigger by accident. Just keep pulling on this thing then. Alright, here goes. Second pull. Third pull. Oh, did you hear something? Yeah, but it looks like anything happened here. I wonder what the sound was. What the moose was pointing to, huh? Probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger by accident. If that's the case... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive time. There we go. That's time again. Happen whenever I pull the string a couple of times. Junpei, did you hear something from the other room? The other room? You mean from the dark room? Let's check that out. Well, it was too dark to tell. Oh, now it opens. It opens easily now. We have 2 tiles. This is something we can do with the tiles, maybe, because we are getting all these tiles. Where do we place them? E equals 14. What does E mean? Okay, but it looks like we've visited all the rooms. Only mystery left is that. Alright, let's crack that mystery then. We've got 4 tiles. Are there a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall? If we place 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we got, this should open the door. I was only wanting to find out. Is here something unlocked? Does that mean we got it right? As it looks like we did it. The 14 hit on the tile. If you convert it to a hexadecimal, it's an E. Basically, E is an emergence. Are the 14s from the tile. To replace it gives it the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. Yes, let's go. Holy crap, that was a difficult one. We found it. Probably another one that we need to do. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. Oh, this looks like an experiment room, alright. What the hell is this place? The words sprung a bit into his lips, but it was not clear why. Junpei shivered. Lowe's and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified. This room is really creepy. I think we ought to get the hell out of here now. He jogged to the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open and he muttered to himself. Figures. It's locked, isn't it? Yep. Don't know why I thought this won't be any different. Junpei looked around the room again. In the center was a chair. The back was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires. Beneath was a strange glass panel. Junpei wasn't sure what it was for, but blah blah blah. Whatever might have been beyond the glass, Junpei couldn't tell. It was too dark. Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth. Parts of the cloth were stained with something that looked suspiciously like blood. On the top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had the feeling he didn't want to figure out. His mind began to imagine what could have taken place in that dark, cold room. The things he imagined were not pleasant. Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it, and tried to focus on something else. Anyway, we don't want to stay here any longer than we got to. Let's figure out the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on. Let's do this. Torture room, okay. Got the banger music again. Look on the screen. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, just switch to master blocks in the sample above. I don't know what this thing is, but we gotta figure out this puzzle. Right next to the torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Anyway, we'll just adjust the switches to match the blocks up on top, right? You just switch is shown at the four corners of the screen and press the check button. Gunpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. Okay, it's one of these puzzles. Well, we figured this one out. Adjustment is completed. Now proceed to execution phase. To complete experiment, data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I got a bad feeling about this. This means one of us has to sit in the chair. Seven's never going to fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data. One is going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity. It really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, you still got to prepare. We can talk about this after you figured out what it means by preparation, alright? Well, once we prepare, so maybe I'll ask what we need to do. Most things go. Diesel tank with water. Oh, then we gotta do something with the water tank. Probably something around here to open the tank or whatever it is. That's to do. Because the only controls are in this room. Red, yellow, do you think the colors mean something? No idea. I mean, red looks more dangerous, but other than that. Both looks like it's covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. A bunch of buttons here with the letters A through F on them. Push some of them. Down you go. So press it again, back you come. Guess these buttons switch something on or off when you push them. All the dials are pointing in different directions. Maybe something will happen if you turn. Ah, shoot. They're all rusted. I guess turning them doesn't really do anything. The needle on the gauge says 0. This is looking like it's going to move. Lots of knobs here. It doesn't look like any of them do anything though. It's broken. Like these pictures out of the light. They're a little blurry for the dust, but that's about it. There's a hole here, but I guess there's a cover over it. We have to get it off. Bolts on them are pretty good. Maybe there's something around here we can use to get the thing off there. Okay, see anything in there? If you can't see anything, I don't really think you need to bother with trying to open it. Too dark to see anything. There's something shiny in there. Something shiny in there? Yeah, well, maybe. You gotta check though. We're pretty bad if you missed something important. Maybe you can find something to take the cover off it. There are a number of almost looking tools and instruments here. Let's see, we've got an empty and hammer, a pair of forceps, and these other things are too old and broken. I have no idea what they are. Hey, doesn't this wrench look way too new to be here with all the other stuff? Yes, it does. I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all. Yes, grab the ring. Doesn't look like we can grab anything else. Be able to get those bolts over the wrench we just found though. Sweet, it's open. Bolts are small. Bolts are small, you can't see in even the cover. I can't see him, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Or sure you want to do that. There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, admit, that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I feel something. Small, cold, and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else. Alright, let's see what this thing is. The sun key. Okay. Okay, that's the entrance. No need to bother with that. Shut the door, unlock a complete experience. They're gonna turn something. Of course they would. All they can do is turn something on or off. But support is what they turn on or off. Let's say this floor is suddenly going to open up. Let's pull the lever. That water. Now what's going on? Hey, calm down, it's just water going somewhere. Sounds like it's underneath us. It means the floor. Oh! Junpei, look. What she. Oh, damn, I can see through the glass now. EBDF. Is that a plane down there? Oh. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. It looks like it's been turned on. Because the puzzle here was the power had to be sent a specific way. Error, the restraining device is locked, but empty. The subject has not been properly placed. Unlock the restraining device and reseat subject. The restraining device has to be the chair. Well, I guess we just need to unlock the chair. The sun key should fit into the key on these manacles. Alright, sun key, in you go, and yes, great, they're open. I think we're gonna need the sun key again in here. Seems unlikely. I'm gonna drop into my pocket with you. The restraining device is unlocked. Please see subject in device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached. Well, like I thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it. How ironic that this would be the situation which this slim, beautiful body is useful. Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it, and you can solve... Junpei's right. They've screwed us up. Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath there was a dead shark. Oh, it's a shark! I thought it was a plane. Falling underneath the glass. Perhaps been killed by an electric shock. I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead. But... no one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair, too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with. Afterwards, had made it clear that Lotus was moving no argument. She turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook. Look, do you think you could do me one last favor? Don't say last. You're making me nervous. Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters that I love them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them. Daughters? You've got kids? Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had when I was young after had some things happened. The names are Nona and... Wait, Nona? Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him. Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids were there in the experiment, I mean. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Lotus took a step back from Junpei. Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure if he was completely awake. No way. Couldn't. Lotus. Is your last name... Kashiwamar? Lotus's eyes went wide. How do you know that? Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom. That kid? What do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her? Seven's brow furrowed. I have. What? Yeah, I met one of your kids. When? 9 years ago. Where? On the ship. Why were you... Another short story. I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please. What happened here? Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail. Sorry, Mr. Danning, had to leave before things got ugly and had a panic attack. Oh, no worries, chocolates. Hope you're doing better now. If there's anything, take it easy, man. Your own safety and well-being comes first. At last, 7 finished. Lotus shook her head. Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here. Looking for... Yeah, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. But I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then force them to relive whatever horrors they had been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try to ignore it and move on. A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes, and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what had happened on my own. I had found out what had happened during those 9 missing days. What did you find out? Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who had gone missing came back, they were just swept under the rug. Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouth shut. Cradle Pharmaceutical. No, probably something even bigger than that. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Have you heard of them before? No, that's the first time I've heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals connected to the kidnappings in the first place? I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprits. That's what any good company does. What did they have in common? Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceutical. After that, it was just about connecting the dots. The hospital. The hospital. For a while, I was trying to get some kind of story out of the kids in the hospital. One of them told a weird story. What was it? Have you heard about the Gensfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as a sort of counseling. 7th grader strode and proceeded to explain the Gensfeld experiment. First up, XQ and A were put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to Subject Q, who was told to send the images to Subject A by thinking about it. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With the sensors cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at. Oh yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it? Telepathy. Junpei rolled the word over in his mind. That's how the experiment on the ship was supposed to work. The experiment to control people, right? Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists. But maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceutical bought into it. Lotus grunted. Deb had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke. Even that is the case. I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The notary game. 0. Why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all. Then, in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling. No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, our power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please see subject in the restraining device. Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. Okay, I'm going. Oh no, that's not what we... Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you. Right. Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor. Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird. Don't worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's going to leave you. Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she weren't sitting, she would likely have fallen down. Failure was not acceptable. Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. Okay. So we need to... Okay. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. That matches. Okay, so we just need to mix and match, it seems. Got it. The experiment has concluded. Door will now unlock. Please tell me Lotus is alright. I can hear the door unlocking, and now I've got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. It shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of there. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight, I don't ever want to see this thing again. Away from the torture room. We are having some big story moments in this route, it seems. Outside of the room, a hallway led off to the left. With nowhere else to go, they started down it. They turned left twice before they saw the elevator. In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator monitor ground away, and before long they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened and they stepped off. They expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none. Where did they go? I have no idea. Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him. Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless. The destination had already been decided. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol engraved on the keyhole of the door. And Junpei had the sun key in his pocket. The key would open the door. It had to. That's why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. Junpei stopped. He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid his hand on his arm. Hold on a sec there. Huh? You don't have the key for this one yet, right? There's a Jupiter symbol engraved on the keyhole. Seven was right. They had no Jupiter key. Then we can't open this door. Unfortunately, no, we can't. Jeez, the sun door's gotta be just around the other side of this, you know? Frustrated, he twisted the door. The door opened. Hey, it opens! What? The others must have found the Jupiter key. But what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made her blood run cold. Oh shit! 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deadly cold. His blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank. What the hell? What the hell happened? Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movement stiff. He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist. Nothing. He's dead. Suddenly Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket. Hey, what are you doing? He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified. The key. Give me the sun key. But why? Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back. The murderer. The murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies. Santa, Clover, and Ace. That means that the person who had killed them was... No, it couldn't be true. Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key. Let's go. Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon they stood in front of the door. Lotus shot the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But... why? What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock. Oh no. Is this the wrong key? I don't know. Maybe? Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame. What the hell is this? You mean, the door was already unlocked? Why? How would I know that? Whatever. Let's just go. Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. They stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke. What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob, a switch, or a lever, or key card reader. Or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this? We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back. No. I'm not going back there. There's a murderer back there. There was a more stark terror in Lotus' voice and authority. She was almost begging. I don't see any other doors. They spoke. Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as it illustrated that there was the only door. Oh, okay. It opened. Nothing surprising. A simple automatic door. Look guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, but this one's automatic. I've never seen anything like this before. How could the situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead. They'd hit the bottom, Junpei told himself. There was nowhere to go but up. He stepped through the door. And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared. No. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It was impossible. Utterly impossible. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. A nightmare. Yes, it was a nightmare, and if he could just wake up, he was seeing things. Yes, that was it. This was a hallucination. A lie. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real, right? June. No, the code names meant nothing now. Connie. Oh no, she's also dead. Connie. Junpei cried out and left through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest. Connie! Hang on! Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned, and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely. Connie! Junpei? Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It was warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood. Oh man, Connie, what the hell happened to you? How did this happen? It was all he could do not to break into tears. Junpei, I'm sorry. Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him. I might not make it. No way. No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Junpei. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? What could he do? Looked up from Kenny's desperate for something, anything. Then he saw it. A small submarine. A yellow submarine. A submarine? All there was a submarine doing there. No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Kenny. That's the only thing he wanted. Junpei turned his head back to look down at him. Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works. No. Don't go. Please don't go. Please just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Junpei. When I... Connie. Junpei, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. Junpei's vision has gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. Junpei, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool, and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But it won't happen now. No, I mean, yes it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want. Really? Yeah, really. I swear. That makes me happy. Really happy. She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face. Junpei, I feel sleepy. No, Connie. Don't fall asleep. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much. Fuck, man. That's rough. Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse. Connie! 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 And this is the saddest ending so far. Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Connie's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remains, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times and faded. 5 o'clock. Quietly, gently, softly, he set Kenny down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with the sound of grinding stone. Oh, I don't like this. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. Ah, no! Everybody's fucking dead! His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. There was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There's no need to check, there's no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrist. Her bracelet. It was gone. He stared, it meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. Apart from knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave it, trying to make them stop. He turned around, the door opened again, and slowly, numbly he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia carried him forward. Eventually he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay behind the number 5, the body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room, the body of Snake. At the central staircase were 3 more, Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses, those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that was once Pinkani. And now Junpei would join them. Who then had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath. Faintly, he felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. Oh man! Okay, this is not a bad ending. This is well, I would say a normal ending then? Damn, okay. Okay, so here's what I think. So... oh, this music goes hard, man, wow. So, something tells me there's either a hidden person here, a hidden 10th person that we don't know about. Technically 11th person, because we saw the dead captain in the other route. Or, one of the people is not dead. Like, I played enough mystery games to know that some people can fake their deaths. But then it wouldn't be... It wouldn't be Clover or Lotus or Akane. Because those 3 were actually confirmed dead, so... if it is somebody faking the death, was it then maybe... Ace? Santa? Maybe Snake? Maybe one of them was still alive? Or maybe Seven, but I doubt it. Who knows? Oh, this is a really good ending. The end. Or is it? Oh, bravo. This was a really good ending. Way better than the first 2 endings that we got. Now, this was good. This was a peak ending. If the endings will only get better from this, then who knows what's in store next. Yep, the submarine ending. Well, for the next routes... let me see my notes. For the next route, we need to go through... it's a safe route. Door 5, door 8, door 6. So theoretically, we can fast forward all the way up to the puzzles and then see what the ending is. So this should be done in like an hour and a half, hopefully. Kaboom! Oh no! Oh god damn it! Waking up feeling like shit. Open the door. I'm gonna throw rocks in your window. The fourth time we are doing this escape room. God damn. Okay. We know this now. Paper. Picture frame. Second piece of paper. Get the key. Flashbacks. Oh no. Kidnapped. And we're back. Okay, teapots. Open it up. Get the key. Screwdriver. Nice. Open the picture frame. Okay, one thing my dumbass cannot figure out is what is the code? Come on. That's better. There we go. Okay, let's see. The red one is 7485. Okay. Go. Open that baby. Get the cards. Okay, let's see. The blue one was 0 to 0263. Okay. File, but digital roots. Hope you guys know what digital root is by now. Otherwise, why are you playing this game for so many hours? Okay. So 167. There we go. And we did it! A new record! Who wants to see the Nightman get blown up to bits and spaghetti for the fourth time? I would. Oh no, what do we do? This is a good point to clear my throat a little bit from all the reading. White woman jump scare. I warned you. Welcome aboard my vessel, bitches. Honestly, if there's ever like a Saw like escape room happening, I wanted to open up with like, "Welcome to my escape room, bitches." That would be one hell of a way to start an escape room. Does mean we need to do the funny casino puzzle again. At least this time I know I don't need to actually time the symbols on the slot machine. God, I remember how dumb I was with that. I was almost convinced the game was actually going to make me do that last time. Here's the weenie we call the Ninth Man. I'm gonna be honest, he really does like it really does like look like somebody that will be the first to die in a group. Oh no, he lied. He did. Here we go. Mother of gods. He exploded like a piñata. Let's speed through this. I love how fast the text goes once you've read it all before. This is what speed reading is truly about. Okay, so let me think. Door 5. We have the first classroom as well. So we need to do the music puzzle again. But so far it's pretty nice that with each route, we kind of learn more about the other people. Like, it was nice to learn about Seven being a cop and Lotus's children apparently taking part in this crazy, they're kidnapped for this crazy experiments. And in the route beforehand, we learned that Clover's a crazy psycho bitch when her brother dies. So don't wanna get near her with a 5-foot pole. Okay, here we go. Next puzzle. With the best music. Okay, do I remember how to do this? Okay, need to grab the vase. We use that to scoop the water. That's the toilets. We don't need the toilets. Put out the fire. 1 score plates. 7's memory loss. What was in here? That was another score plate. Then if we go back here, we can drain. Got another one. How many did we get for this one last time? I forgot. That's a toilet again. Oh my god. What am I doing? Oh. Ah, there's another one. I think it was 4 pieces. Yeah, Snake is blind. Still missing one. Okay. Where was it? Oh, here we go. I should be able to. Okay. So it was 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 5, 4, 3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3. I can do music this time. I did it. Hope you're all proud of me. You found it. Next one. Let's go gambling. Okay. Casino time. Got the 5 cards. 4. Another one. Okay, 3. Okay. We're going to play Baccarat. Cards do I have? Yeah, we needed the money. Okay, so it is the Clover, Spade, Hearts. Got it. Casino coins. Wow, I'm a winner. I should totally gamble, right? I am so lucky. Was this enough to play Baccarat? Okay, so we have the 5, 7, and 8 cards. Are we still missing one? We're still missing a card here. Yeah, we need a 6 guard. Where was the 6 guards? Oh, my model's freaking out. Hang on. Oh god. Hang on. Let's fix this real quick. Okay, we are back. That was weird. I guess it happens when I play DS games and I need to look down on the screen. I'll try to be more mindful, but like one of the people that realize to get up and close to their DS. Anyone else have that? Okay, we don't have the coins anymore, so we cannot interact with this. Let me think. Where was the last cards? Oh wait, here it is. Right on top of the fireplace. Here we go. Let's go! Second one done. Time to go to the hospital. The next one was door 8, so the laboratory. It's the others, they're back! Oh no, remember the one guy that died? Yeah, such a bummer. Anyways. About the Titanic? dong bimbos. Oh no, Snake is gone. Where could Snake have gone to? Okay, need to do this. The thought speedrunning a visual novel is amusing me. Okay. I have something to share with you. I recently found out that you know about tool-assisted speedruns, right? I recently found out there's actually a tool-assisted speedrun of this game for all routes, and it takes 9 hours, even tool-assisted. So the fact that even a tool-assisted speedrun takes this long for a DS game is fucking wild to me. Oh wait, this is a new dialogue option. That's my bad. Let's just talk with Ace real quick. Talk to Santa. I was going to say Lotus again. That it takes tool-assisted that long. How long does a human take? I don't know actually. I never checked how long a full playthrough of this game is. Ace is going to take a nap because he's her grandpa. God, Ace is like me. Sometimes early in the evening, you just want to take a nap. Not a drug-induced nap, but a nap. Okay, let me double check. Door 8, yes. That is the door that we need to go through. We have to do the lab puzzle with fucking Clover again. Ugh. This was still since Speedo Super Mario 64 law back when I was a kid. Basically backward long jumping possible effectively everywhere. Oh yeah. Like it's possible to do it with like 0 stars, I believe. First was like a 16-star speedrun or something like that. I don't know. You can do some wild stuff in Mario 64. I think I never actually attempted a backwards long jump, so I don't know if that's tough or easy to pull off. Anyways, we have a laboratory. Okay, do I remember how this works? Okay, the ethanol. Do something, please. God's sakes, girl. I'm trying, but you need to work with me. Clover, use the alcohol. I can do a regular BLJ though. LBLJ, I've never been able to. Damn. Okay, what did you get? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that was the notes. Got it. Got it memorized. Well, you know what this means, right? We get to see Lotus kick ass again on the PC. Okay, the 3-pronged cable. We need... Okay, we need to get this cable. How does that gonna help? Go fuck yourself. You're not doing anything for me here, Clover. Okay, do we need to prompt this maybe? There we go. We can... Oh, no, I don't want to talk to Clover anymore than is absolutely necessary. Go. It's time to kick some ass! Fighting the trolls on the internet be like. This image actually goes so hard. And it has no reason to go so hard. Okay, we have this puzzle now. There we go. Look, Junpei, it opens. Activation key. Oh god, Clover wants to talk. Very sad, Clover, I know. Clover has to... Maximum voltage! Laura, are you okay? I almost died. Don't be such a worry rat. You are going to be fine. Okay, almost to the last door before we get our new ending. Let's see, I think for this one, I need to do door 6. Of course there's a reason, Santa, you dumbass. We can explore. There's some weird times with Akane at the elevator. There's the 6th door. Oh god, I do remember. I do have to do the insanely difficult puzzle. Oh, that's going to suck. I forgot what the answer was for that one. Ooh. And I don't have time to check my VOD to see what the answer was, but I remember being stuck for a few minutes. Anyway, Snake is dead. Probably. I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced that it's Snake. Here, down we go. Number 2 door, number 6 door, and the number 1 door. Okay. One last check to confirm. It is door 6. Alright. Together with June, Ace, and Santa. I want to learn Ocarina of Time speedrun, but it looks kind of hard. It depends. What kind of speedrun of Ocarina of Time? Because there are many speedruns of that game. The craziest thing that I have seen is somebody speedrunning the Ocarina of Time demo disc that was for the GameCube. Basically, it lets you play the entirety of the game, but after like an hour, I think, it basically stops your gameplay. Like, that was the demo, go play the actual game, or something like that. And people are able to beat that game in like 15 minutes or something like that. It's insane. Anyways, can I figure out how I was supposed to do this? Okay, we need a cogs in the end. BRB, no problem. I'm just going to figure out how this room went. Okay, door B. You have the wheel. Good job, genius. You broke it. What was behind door C, actually? That's B. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this fits. So we crank it real hard. Think of experiments. That tells you stop. Experiments some scientists did with rats. Oh, this is new. First, they took a square C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water for the rats could drown. Tank had two exits, A and B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. Exit B, however, is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. What would the rat do if it was put in the situation? Which exit would the rat choose? There's a moment scientists and us posed a question, and then Ace responded. B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified. Exactly, the rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A. I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. Simply the story of a laboratory. You're right, and why the fuck are you bringing this up here? We are trying to escape, my good sir. This is very interesting, yet. He scientists repeat the experiment over and over using hundreds of different rats for over several generations. To produce some surprising results. With each generation of rats, it took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go for exit B. But even that wasn't the most impressive thing. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory far from the original one, with the same results. Now, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first race in the initial experiments. The rats were not related to the rats used in the first experiment, and had never even come in contact with them, and yet they all easily found their way to exit A, even though they already knew. What did it mean? I was suggesting something like telepathy. They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium. Ace took skeptical, Santa snorted at him. How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what to do that. But do know the story's true, and if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. We've got to get the hell out of here before June passes out. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone. Hey, wait, there's something I want to ask you. Zeta stopped and turned around. Why did they use the tank for the experiment? Huh? Well, I mean, since we conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they need to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown? Zeta gave a grim bark of a laugh. You know the word emergency comes from the same root as the word as emerge? You ever think about that? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So it's going to emerge in emergency. Inspiration. Inspiration? Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind confuses and pulls up what you need. So in emergency, your real potential emerges? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Again, cool story, bro, but we are trying to escape here, you goddamn moron. Anyway, down we go. Okay, where is the coal? This room was always so fucking confusing. Welcome back, chocolates. Okay, square hole. Where did we find this? Oh yeah, here we go. Put that shit in. There's our coal. A box of coal. Okay, June is helping shoving coal. It's like you're in the mines. There we go, start spinning. Get the plates. Okay, now we need to do the spinning puzzle. Okay, here. There we go. Got it. Next one. Oh, we didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So that to be like her dad. That means that I bought her Christmas present every year. We're getting some new dialogue with Santa, and it has me concerned about what's going to happen with him. On Christmas Eve, I leave the present next to her pillow. The next morning, she come running into my room with this big smile. Look, Santa left me a present. Santa got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad that he got the letter I wrote. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd opened the letter before she figured out they had been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. She looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking. But one year her letter was different. She didn't write a little toy she wanted or anything like that. Instead it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. I wish that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am. Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. I wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But what happened? June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort. She died. She was killed 9 years ago. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale. Alright, let's go. Santa stood up, suddenly his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved his picture back in his pocket and headed back upstairs, taking them two at a time. And in we go. Time for the hardest fucking puzzle in the game. Okay. The number 9 cards. Card number 3. Number 4. Number 2. Number 7. Five and 6. Are there any upstairs? Don't see any here. One, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. We're missing one. Okay, nothing's back. Oh. That actually startled me. We've got this one. Where was the last key cards? There we go. Now we got all 9 cards. Just then, we heard a noise. He spun around just now to see June collapse in front of the fence. June, are you okay? We're getting all new dialogue here. She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace. Sorry, I gotta go check on her. You do the box thing, alright? Put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you. He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June. Are you alright? What happened? Junpei called out to her as she ran. As she arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's hand. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped. Don't give me that. Now's not the time. But it's true. I tripped over a box. Junpei put his palm on her forehead. Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she had been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know? Junpei would have been more willing to agree as June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up. Still, to fall down like that. She's probably still a little messed up. June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still. Right, well, let's get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital. Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep. I'll be fine. Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if you could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy. Ace? Why? Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Oh! Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Oh no. Oh, I do not like where this is going. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil. 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 Super couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard that about Soparil before. Santa continued. Soparil. Soparil is an anesthetic that is gaseous at room temperature, similar to nitrous oxide. Umbrella confirmed. I would say less zombies and viruses and more like child experiments from what we learned in the previous routes. That's yikes. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. For these reasons, it's found widespread acceptance with police and military forces in numerous countries. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer, and is practical, ethical, and humane. Developed 6 years prior, it was made from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and as it did, so did the stock of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Why do you know all this? Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple. I heard it from the old man himself. From Ace? When? By the number 4 door at the central stairway. We were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake 7 and you went to door 5? I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know? Are you worried about something? No, nothing. As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes. My brother in Christ, why is everybody so fucking stupid in this game? Holy crap, these guys know the most random fucking Wikipedia article nonsense, but they can't solve a simple fucking box puzzle? What the fuck? What the hell is he doing? He turned back to June and Santa. June, don't push yourself, alright? Yes. Santa, could you take care of her? Sure. He gave the boat a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace. What are you doing? Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat. He's not the only moron here. Aw, don't say that, Chocolates. What happened? Nothing. My vision's got rather blurry. I think perhaps because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment. What can't you see well? These pictures. Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan. I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing. He made the best attempt he could at self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed as his lips were pale and drawn. At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit. Okay, Grandpa. He put the cards in Junpei's hands and walked quietly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically. How could simply looking at cards have tired him out? Junpei looked down at his cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad? If it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable? That was Junpei folk who remembered when he'd heard from Lotus much earlier. Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. but they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Maybe he's got prosopagnosia. Jupiter took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed. It was reasonable, of course, that he'd feel that way. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help him much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Oh well. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of those 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Yes, here we go. Get the pins. Now the tough puzzle starts. Here. The digital root puzzle. Here we go. See here. If we put 2, 5, 7, that makes 5. Okay, we got those. 4, 5, 8, 6, 7. We need to make 16. So 6 and 7 together is 13. Yes. Okay, let's see, 1, 4, and 5. They'll make the digital root of 1. What else can we do? Can we make 11 with this? We can. Okay. Digital root 3. We need to make 12 in that case. It's probably the best option. So let's say 3, 4, 5 maybe. And then digital root 6. If we can make 15 with these numbers. Okay, got it. F. Now comes the big puzzle. This is going to suck. I have to do it again. Here, 10, 10. Wrong here. Okay. I know it's cheating, but I solved it before. So I think I deserve a pass here. And I'll just look up the solution for this one. I think I deserve a pass for this one. Digital root puzzle. See here. Cargo hold. Add up to 15. Make a top row 2, 9, 4, 7, 5, 3, 6, 8, 1. 6, 6, 1, 8. Okay, now we need to do the other puzzle. Oh god. You can do it. You have to try 50 turns. There we go. I did it! Totally by my own. I didn't follow a guide or anything. You guys won't tell on me, right? A gun! Rusty key. Get it? What are you waiting for? Open it up. Hey. The elevator. See, there was no other way to see. There was no door. Let's open it. I don't know. Is this new? Pause for a moment and step through the door into the room. And then I saw the number that had. Oh yeah, this is where we find the number 9 door. And another one. Find the 9 doors. Gotta go back. Clover's gone. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. Okay, now we are going in a new ending. Buckle up, everyone. As quickly as you could, they searched around under the beds and in the corners. She's not here. No, she isn't. Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room. The shower room? That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go. There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower. No luck. Yeah, I think she's here. June's voice was faint as she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green. The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since the last visit. If Junpei had eaten on the lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider. Wait here. Jun offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head. As he expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of drying blood. There are many ways a man can die, but this... The skull was shattered, and the head little more than a pulpy mass of brain, bone and viscera. The left arm was hideously twisted into a horrific alien shape. The bright white of the ulna shined through the remains of skin and muscle. Huh? Wait. Bright white. Ulna. Bones. Pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory. My brother's left arm is, not like a normal person's arm. Right. So Snake is alive. And somebody framed it to make it look like he died. But where is Snake then? The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. Koyokai, hello! Welcome! Of course, of course. Why hadn't he realized it earlier? Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. Hi, welcome. We are about to uncover another ending. We are finding out somebody may not have died. So this is interesting. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been. Once. That meant the corpse is not Snake's. Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They'd reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling. Junpei, June, where were you guys? He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat. Did something happen? Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air. Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom. Oh shit. All sound ceased from Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't. And now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place. Clover. Clover. Why? Why had this happened? He forced his body to move. Issa felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath, but she was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blades. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile. Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. Her stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot. Junpei lifted the limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. So now we have 2 people dead and 1 person missing. Interesting. Are you alright? It was a foolish question, and he knew it. Yes, I think so. Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom. You should get some rest. He lowered June until she was sitting against the bed. She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it, looked around at the slumped figures gathered there. Who was the first to find the body? Me. Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up. Why'd you come to this room? To look for Clover. Why else? I found the body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey guys, I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first class cabin. Come quick. Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace sent a load to show up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right? Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to add. Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about. What's that? We finished all the puzzles in this room and got the door open. You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why'd you do that? Come on, did I already tell you that? And then so the door wouldn't lock, so we could come back to this room. Oh, you think I did it? Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it? Seven sighed and shook his head. Follow me. There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right. Behind the door was a closet. Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured towards a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei. This is the reason. It's safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Besides, I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put a plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now? Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it. Nothing happened. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder. Rust. Junpei stared at it for a moment. Had someone opened the safe, dislodging the rust? Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there. Was there some other clue, perhaps? Anything that might lead him to whoever had stabbed Clover? He took his time and examined the room carefully. His eyes caught on the door. Door that led to the passageway of the door number 5. Behind the door was the dead body of the night man. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case. Quietly he pushed past the door. The smell hit him like a blow in the face. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor. Ew. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of his intestines had slid out into the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk, prepared sunny side up. On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor. That was when he noticed. It's gone. The bracelet is gone. It happened there when Junpei had gone through door 5 before. He was sure of it. Right next to the glasses. But now... it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. But why? Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice. Huh? Where did Junpei go? It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway. Oh, there you are. Are you looking for something in the hallway? Seven looked at Junpei enter the room. Did you find something? He thought for a moment before he responded. No, nothing. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything, in a way. In fact, that was the problem. Something he expected to find hadn't been there. The Nightman's bracelet. What's up? Well, I wanted you to take a look at something. What is it? Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip, and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. What was it you wanted to show me? His voice was hollow and empty. I searched Clover's body again. I found this. As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand. What? She was holding a piece of paper. I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene. Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing. Wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hands. What is this? Some kind of secret note? Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace attention to decode the note. The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Is it the right hand? No, that wasn't right. Heraldry, the term sinister was used to refer to the left side of the coat of arms. I don't know heraldry! Or more accurate, it refers to things on the left side of a bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand, the left hand. What did the left hand mean? Who blew his own left hand? The bracelet of his wrist. Did the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet? He examined the bracelet closely. There were 2 protrusions on either side of the face. Left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone. It sounded funny. What did it mean? Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words. How about reading them backwards? Well, the truth. You know, there weren't even words jumping down anything to do with the riddle. It was a good try, though. How about switching them? Gone had truth. It made no more sense than the initial riddle, less even. Clearly switching the word wasn't going to help. What else could they mean? What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, meant something that was correct, something that was fact, something that was right. It would follow then that gone meant left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. In this case, however, they clearly referred to their directional homonyms. So that means truth equals right, gone equals left. That seemed to make some sense. Junpei looked at the bracelet again. There are two protrusions on the left and the right of the face. Junpei pressed them in the following order. Wait. Can we see the notes? Oh, do we not have the notes? Any reason in particular the two screens are on top of each other instead of side by side? Seems like a lot of space, weights resulting in small screens. I don't know, I thought it would be nice to have like it seamless like an actual DS. Or in this case a 3DS. Maybe right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... Oh! One after another, 8 numbers flash on and off on the face of Junpei's bracelet. Check one more time to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Wait, do I need to write this maybe? Then the S4 looks cool though, thank you. Wait, do I have a pen nearby? Hang on. I have a pen here. Okay. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. I have a feeling that's going to be important. Oh. I see the former looking cool, but the style overfunction at this point. Either way, just voicing an idea, you do you. Thank you for pointing it out. Huh? Hey, what are those numbers? Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea. New Nintendo 2DS XL, my beloveds. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom. Was the DS XL so bad? I don't know how pricey they are over where you live, but I think they're still somewhat expensive. Maybe also because this is the DS version of this game. That's true, yeah. This is the DS version of 999 that I'm playing. Also, welcome in, Donut Buddy. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. His lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers, such as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? He slowly dialed in the numbers in the bracelet had given him. 1 to the right, 4 to the left, 3 to the right, 8 to the left, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Finished. He heard the small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up. Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact 1. The Notary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Oh. Fact 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CAO. Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceutical Chief of Staff. Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceutical R&D Supervisor. Teraki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceutical. Kagashika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There are 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pocket of his vest. Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me? Come with you? I want all of you to go to the big hospital room. Why? There's something I want to be sure of. What do you want to be sure of? I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit. Wait, then you're saying... Yeah, I think I've got this figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover. The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limits. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice. Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there. Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. There was a bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. It was 5 o'clock. They had only 1 hour left. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go. Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me. Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around. A7 and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red? Oh? Why? If you need to get to the shower room, why don't we just... No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door. Why? Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover. Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly. Fine. What about you, Ace? Lotus? Very well. Sure. Quickly they pressed their palms onto the reds. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks were shown from the red's display. Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, but instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared. Just as Junpei had suspected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, as long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well. It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well. Clearly, they were all expecting some answers. Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation. Clearly, they had hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued. By the way, Ace, would you mind if I ask you something? What is it? Do you know who I am? What kind of question? Just answer it, please. Who am I? You're Junpei. Of course, who else would you be? Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. What? Ace's voice was full surprise, but was also tingled with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover that he had actually saw someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued. The clothes I'm wearing are borrowed from Junpei. and the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap. That's ridiculous. Impossible. So you're saying I'm not Santa? Of course you aren't. Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? If you're Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1783 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital root would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet isn't number 3. It's 5, right? Only then was it too late. Ace realized his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei. You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5. As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was. Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't just see how obvious it is. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered, if you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. As a justification for why I'm not Santa. The first thing that would come to anyone's mind wouldn't be the bracelet. It'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace. You have prosopagnosia. Am I right? His voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace. He could hear a sudden buzz of conversation from the others. Prosopagnosia? What's that? Here, Lotus began to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them and turned back toward Junpei and sighed. Oh, very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder? No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there is an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia. Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds. I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace, who killed him. Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath. That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you... I have 3 pieces of evidence. But first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital. There was no way all 7 people could go through. Lotus suggested we sacrifice one of us. Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued. Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Door 7 and 8. There's no way we could go through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind. Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I really wanted to save the rest of you. I'm sure you can understand my altruism. Altruism, huh? Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting, and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear. You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital. What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have? Really? Yes. Bleeding was not something they had heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled a piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness. Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence to say you're the killer. The second is that, as you said earlier, you have prosopagnosia. You mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person. Junpei, they call it prejudice. No, I'm not that stupid. Then why? Well, before I explain, I suppose there is something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room, it's not Snake's. What? Ace's face went pale. My throat is really hurting from all the talking. Let me get some more drink. Oof. I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake. Oh god. No, that's impossible. Ace started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Lupe was long past caring. Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their face would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who only just showed up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake? I could think of at least two motives. One, Snake knew about your past. If you ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stays shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you... Hey, hold on a minute. For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, somebody besides Ace. What's a past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him? Look at this. He handed Santa a small piece of paper. Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. First with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceutical CEO, Kentaro Hongo. What is this? Slowly Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's. It's a message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin. Then suddenly... Give me a break. Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation. That paper is a lie. Someone's trying to frame me. Me? You said me, right? Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to anything else. Would that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken? It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he had done, his eyes went wide. Very well, I'll admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Kentaro Hongo. What if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on the scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone's trying to set me up, you see. First of all, Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position. Junpei, you're claiming I did all this by myself. Think that over, alright? How could I have killed Snake all by myself? Not Snake. It was Guy X. I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right? Yeah, maybe. You couldn't have possibly done that alone. Couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X. Nope, you could have. What? Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. Actually, Ace, we are unconscious. I took something from you. Remember when we were injected with an anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this. Junpei put his hand into his pockets. No, you couldn't have. Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled. I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I need to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pockets? It's a number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the Nightman's bracelet? That was all you needed to open door 3. 1, 2, and 9 makes 12, 1 and 2 makes 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was a number 9 bracelet in your chest pockets. Ace lowered his hands from where it had stopped, halfway to his pockets. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All you could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish. If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven? Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Yeah ha 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 ha. Oh, he is definitely the villain. Ace roared with laughter. This is like an Ace Attorney breakdown here. He drew his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped, to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh shit! His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and head to the first class cabin on B deck. His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he was reciting an especially dull corporate letter. My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet, 9's potential ally in the notary. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital rules. Oh, that's true. As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. So I made for the first class cabin to obtain it. Ace successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. He also found an unexpected bonus, the knife the Nightman had been holding. Oh! Wait. So it was Ace who stabbed me in the back in the first ending and the submarine ending then. He was the one who killed everyone in those endings. I think. I'm mostly sure about that one now. He slipped both of them into his chest pocket and left as quickly as he'd come. He walked down the stairs and headed back to where he was supposed to be. That was when he met Guy X and mistook him for Snake. Snake was on his way to the large hospital room and had not noticed Ace behind him. Ace made sure to stay that way. He followed the man wearing Snake's clothes to door 3. When the man stopped, he walked up behind him quietly and called out, Snake. The man turned to look at Ace. He said nothing. No words came out of his half-open mouth. He seemed dazed, somehow almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged? It didn't matter to Ace. Ace was certain the man was Snake. He knew Snake had been part of the notary game 9 years before. Snake hadn't recognized Ace immediately, but he was blind. That much made sense. Why then had Snake said anything to him? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the notary game, but not once had he attempted to confront Ace. Perhaps his lack of sight had prevented him from recognizing Ace. Or perhaps Snake has conspired with Zero to deceive Ace. In either event, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. Ace's mind was made up. He moved. He held the number 9 bracelet over the rat's. He waved his own bracelet in front of the rat and finally grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against his canopy. The door opened. Ace threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shuts. 81 seconds passed. The man inside the door passed away. After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room where at 1 AM, bell rang. Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. But wait, but who died then? Was there another person with the number 2 bracelets? That's the one thing I'm confused about. And he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had asked. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed and spoke. Ace, did you kill Clover? Yes. Why? Why did you kill her? She was Snake's sister. It's possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it. Found what? Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere. Seven and Lotus interrupted. Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too. We didn't see anything suspicious. Yes, I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubted too if you could find it. But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was therefore desperate to find it. And at last I did, a first-class cabin. Spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
No, I guess you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9-man's corpse? I see. Simon suggested you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw this bracelet was gone. Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way. You aren't going anywhere. He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard. She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. He was faster. Damn. That's how I killed Clover. His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show. You son of a bitch. Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. They looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing, with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed. I admit it. I've lost. I've lost completely and utterly. But don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. It was a trap. It was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The miner killed in the shower room. If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and there was no coincidence. He had also been injected something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And you can't forget the components that were removed from the wrap before we arrived. I've no doubt that Zero had planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. everything. Suddenly, Junpei remembered a paper he found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. He remembered other words he heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus. Zero is one of us. No, Junpei paused. There's one more person. Snake. It was clear now that the man who died in the shower room was not Snake. That meant that Snake was almost certainly still alive. Perhaps Snake was Zero. Perhaps Snake had made Guy X wear his clothes so that he would appear to be dead. Where was Snake now? Perhaps he was somewhere, laughing at them. If he was Zero, surely he had lied about many other things. Was he watching them? Well, I believe I finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving? It sounds as if he just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw. What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch. We're gonna leave your ass here to rot. Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? He was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastards! Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose. Oh, got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman. He sniffed with a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow. Well, maybe like another one then. Before that, let me give you one of my own. Huh? Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arm around her and pulled Lotus back up against it. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted to point at Lotus's head. If any of you as much as blink, won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 2, no, 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the Nightman was me. Although I'm supposed to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once. So I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the setting for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the first place. Investigate was beyond door 5. We'll meet again later.
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now.
I don't know if that was the voice that I gave him.
Well then. Shit, why is this stopping? God damn it. You lied.
Oh, so that's what he meant by that.
Open the door, please. I'm begging you. Help me. Please get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh my god, there's no time left. Listen, I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. It was him. He killed me. It was him. Yeah!
I have 4 reasons for killing him. 1. As I said before, in the Nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If it allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to him. As such, I decided he should be eliminated early on. 2. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless the owner was dead. 3. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before I was able to disseminate this information. 4. Lastly, I wish to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this Nonary game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I need to be quite sure. As such, I encourage him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome. Junpei glared at him. I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago? Did I say? The Nonary game was planned. I planned it out and I conducted its execution. Why? What on earth was it supposed to do? I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you this. Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Though Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temper. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this? Why don't you tell her, Santa? Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace. On the other side of door 6. You found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? Pastor must have grabbed it when we weren't looking. Indeed I did. It was a pretty serious mistake. The thing you intended to leave it behind. Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then. Where are you going? Do I really need to explain? I'd assume it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus. 9, 8 and 1 makes 18. 1 and 8 makes 9. Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it? And how do you know it? Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover. I see. Well, you're correct. That is my destination. But I must say goodbye. To all of you. Ah, please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door. As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him. Junpei, Santa, June and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit. He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed him once more. Goodbye. And he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door, in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily. Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright? Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way. Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay? June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps. Okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus. She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eye twisted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile. Junpei, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So, please, be safe, Lotus. Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's gonna let her just walk away? God damn it. You guys go on ahead. As soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go! Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set. Alright, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace. Hell yeah! Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind, and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Let's go. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Man, this is a long ending. Whoa. It's been going on for well over an hour already. Junpei-7 had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As Along struggled to catch her breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room. No sign of Ace or Lotus. Think they already went through? We reached out to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow. Maybe. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. He looked at the reds. Display panel reads vacant. He spun around and headed toward a smaller door. The red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room. Engaged. It's occupied. That means Ace and Lotus went through here. Yeah, it seems like it. Junpei-7 stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk. What do we do now? Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but two of us can't do anything about it. Yeah, first of all, our digital route is not 9. Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eye jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sounds. Not so long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it. The coffin. Yeah. Let's open it. How? By force. I don't think that's gonna happen. Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures. Who said that? I forget. Anyway, we've gotta try. Junpei-7 leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Damn it. See, and I tell you, you could just pull it open. Why would it have something like that? Silver pointed the keypad on the side of the coffin. Right, so unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it only gotten louder and more forceful. What were we supposed to do, Junpei wondered. Was there some sort of clue somewhere? Yeah, didn't we also hear this in the first? They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke. Hey, Junpei, I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over on the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Through they're gone or something like that. Yeah, that's right. What about it? Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing too. Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the codes to unlock that safe. Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these. Yeah, probably. Well, they might have set the same password for both. That's ridiculous. Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse. It's a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number. How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures. Who said that? You. Dumbass. Ugh, fine. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easy to Junpei's mind. 143833421. Quickly he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers and took a deep breath and pressed the E button. It only took a moment. Oh shit! What? You've got to be kidding me. There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid open onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Snake! You. Why? Ah, those voices. Junpei 7, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere? Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei 7 looked at one another. There's a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei 7 explained what had happened to the rest of them. There was one thing, however, that neither 7 nor Junpei could bring themselves to say, that Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by the look of the moment Snake had climbed out the coffin. Snake's story explained frustratingly little. Zero's true identity was a mystery, as were his intentions. Why had Zero put Guy X in Snake's clothes? If Zero had left a note for them to say the owner game had been played 9 years before, was there some connection? Junpei put the question to Snake. The answer was less than illuminating. What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you are saying. It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei 7 little good. No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in. Every second they spent asking him was a second wasted. The time limit was fast approaching. Snake's release from the coffin had changed nothing. They still needed to follow Ace as quickly as possible. However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei 7 and Snake simply stood, at a loss for what they should do next. What do we do now? He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist. 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9. Yeah, we just get 5. We're stuck here then. Whoa! Marvin Ray, Dino Ray. Oh my goodness, let me go and give you a shout out, dudes. Hang on. So, here. There we go. Oh my goodness. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi, my name is Akira. I am a retro all-in VTuber and we play a variety of retro games here. But today, shit's about to go down with 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Welcome on in. What were you playing? I saw you playing some kind of game. It was not Mega Man, though. Oh, wait, Super Alloy Crush. Yeah. Nice. Hope you had a great time, man. If you need a raid or dash, that's totally fine. Or otherwise, stick around for the rest of the game. Super Alloy Crush. Nice. Never heard of it. I'll have to look into that. It seems fun. But yeah, once again, welcome on in, Raiders. Gonna get some food, be right back. No problems, man. Get yourself something nice to eat. Meanwhile, let's see how this story unfolds. Oh, hey, I've just remembered something. Seven began patting his pockets, as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything. What? What is it? I found something earlier. What did you find? This. He finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There's no mistaking the number glowing in them from the face like a cartoon eye. 0. Zero's bracelet. What the hell? Are you saying that 7 had the number 0 bracelet? Yeah. Where did you get that? Snake's question was innocent enough, but if you learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away. Clover gave it to him. She did? Yeah. How did she come by it? Well, she found it, see? On the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it, because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugged around. It was a lie, and Junpei knew it. I haven't actually looked at it yet. I didn't want to disturb the crime scene. Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing. Alright, Junpei. Being nice knowing you. What? What? 7, 2, and 0 make 9. Oh. Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Thank God. I'm like, no way 7 is going to betray me. He's been the biggest homie so far in this entire situation. Still, just in case. I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the Reds. Snake, give me a hand, alright? Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the Reds. Once they had done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7, 2, and 0 makes 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open. Error. Huh? Why isn't it opening? Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet. Maybe it isn't actually 0. Huh? What? The bracelet may not actually produce a number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains. Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. We had Sneven and Snake. Maybe we could try Snake and Junpei? If the combination worked, then the mysterious bracelet number was 2. However, imagine if there was an amount of tries, like, sorry, you did your amount of tries, you cannot escape anymore. That would suck. Junpei 7 in the bracelets. Oh shit, it works. It opened. Yes, so it would seem. They clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought. That meant the number for the mysterious bracelet was 6. How could it be 6? The display on the bracelet clearly showed a 0. Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard a creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had until recently been dry. Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh? At any rate, we now know that the door can be opened. Let's go. But, Snake, are you sure? Yeah, no, only Junpei and I can go through this way. You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort, but if now is not the time for last resort, then when? Last resort? Oh damn, we're actually going through. So the two of us are safe. Well, what about the others? Junpei 7 and Snake ran, full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke. Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right on the bat? As I told you, it was a last resort. Had you said at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick on my sleeve. I just take my bracelet off. Snake's plan had it simple but effective. He simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand, until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, it would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it? Wait, was it a prosthetic arm? It is!
My brother's left arm is... it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake set the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin. With it gone, he had little to fear from the number of doors. He walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He set out the other side, unscathed, and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer, and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase. As far as they could tell, it went all the way to the bottom deck. There didn't seem to be any flooding. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door. Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed at the top of it. It read Incinerator. Incinerator? Oh my, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps? Yeah, right over here. How did you know that? Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so. Cooper grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever. If you pull it, the door ought to open. Got it. He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held a revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus' temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. At least she's alive. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind her. 9. Another number 9 door. But why? Why was there another one? The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As her brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warming klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thoughts. Warning, warning, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Uh-oh. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero. A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face. What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain. It said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flames. Huh? Who are you? You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake. Snake? Ah yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive. Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth. Don't mind me asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, Seven. The 3 of you couldn't have opened the door with them. Use Clover's bracelet, perhaps. What? Oh fuck yeah, we didn't tell him that his little sister is dead. Oh well, your reaction suggests that you did not. Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet? Junpei felt his chest tighten. Oh? They haven't told you? Told me what? Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment, but I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover. Don't do it, Ace. Keep your goddamn mouth shut. Clover. I said stop it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse. The Snake didn't listen to him. What happened to Clover? Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into a hook of a cruel smile. Clover died. Oh shit! The colorless Snake's face. He shook his head weakly. No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie. Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see. What? I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her. Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage. Mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon. I'd have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for a knife. The one the Nightman had, you remember? I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blades. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess I feel rather excited. It's a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again. Incineration will begin in 7 minutes. I'm going to kill you. Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible. I'm sorry, what? I'm going to kill you. Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now, I'm waiting. Don't do it. Don't listen to him, Snake. Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head. Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister? Don't! Snake! Don't do it. Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Oh shit! Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair. We are back PC issues? Oh no! Not the PC issues. Snake! Oh fuck! Yeah! Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes widened with terror. Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them. Junpei could feel her fingers on his arm, tight enough to be painful, keeping him between her and Ace. Incineration will begin in 5 minutes. Give me the woman. He raised a gun. I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now. I don't have time for your shenanigans. In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor. I see. It would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. One for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic men you call Seven. I'll take Lotus' body with me and leave this room. Incineration will begin in 4 minutes. Well, it looks like as though our time together is at an end. I'd rather enjoy playing with you. Goodbye. You could see Ace's finger tighten. You could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened. Oh! Snake stood up. What? No, that's impossible. For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. His voice was a mournful wailing of the undead. Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me. Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. Continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin-pulled of pure fury. Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit. You bastard. Holy shit, man. Ace's revolver let 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. Fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Snake made a strange sort of choking cough. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor. Incineration will begin in 3 minutes. The snake wasn't done. Holy shit! Even as a pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. This guy is a fucking giga chat. Holy shit! Oh shit! One bloody arm wrapped itself around Snake's leg, and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone. You son of a bitch, you're a monster! Get off of me! Let me go! Damn you! He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it. This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What? Incineration will begin in 2 minutes. Ah, damn it, damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital that has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go. Ha 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 ha. Pathetic. Begging for your life. Seven and Lotus began to speak. People could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained. Snake, that's enough. You can stop now. Yes, he's right, Snake. You've done enough. Come on, Snake. Let's go. Let's get out of here. You have to come with us. We have to leave together. Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood spattered across the floor. And he smiled a sad sort of smile. I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me. Shut up. Be quiet. I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go. Incineration will begin in 1 minute. Oh, damn it, shit. We're out of time. We have to go. Sever ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks, where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat. Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here, now! Junpei's chest tightened, pulling Tom by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind. Snake! Snake! Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to. Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei. Felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms up his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door. No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go! Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. Oh my fucking god. Ah! Ah! 7, 6. Damn it, I don't got a choice, kid. Don't blame me for this, alright? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down, beginning incineration. Junpei felt Seven's fist buried deep itself in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and left through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside you could see Ace and Snake. Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Oh my god. Zero! I'm sorry, I need a moment. Oh. All I can say about the past, I don't know how long it's been going on, like at least half an hour, is just goddamn. Holy fuck, man. Didn't know how much time passed. Didn't know how much longer he stood there, in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she had put against the wall, Jupiter didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old, and tired, and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Jupiter said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, and the hallway they had come down earlier. Hey, wait, Junpei. Junpei, where are you going? He blinked where their voices broke the silence. He stopped. You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June. You're gonna bring them here? How? Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait. Alright? Began to walk away. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going, where they had walked through the hallway earlier. He noticed an elevator at the end of the side hallway. If it still worked, then maybe. Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. He pushed it and the door opened. Junpei was in the large hospital. June! Santa! He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them. Damn it! Where did he go? Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that he felt would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like blood. I'm worried. What's going to happen with Santa and June? Don't make me suffer more tonight. I can't deal any more emotional damage. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there on the red carpet in the center of the room. June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie. Connie! Junpei cried her name and ran. Don't fucking do this to me, game. Like lightning he ran across the room toward her. Oh man. Connie! Stumbled to a stop. God fucking damn it! As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly it rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Connie! Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up. Connie! Connie! Are you alright? Junpei. Her face was pale, and the lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. He stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. It was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. Man, Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel... Junpei, I'm sorry. Her voice was very faint. I like it. No way. No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Junpei. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You've just gotta hang on, alright, Connie? Junpei, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. Junpei's vision has gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Game over. There's a crack of static from above his head, and a voice came. 0. Son of a bitch! Where are you hiding? Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
I am right here. I've always been close.
What the hell are you talking about?
No matter. I will tell you again. Game over. This game has ended.
No, no, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Kenny.
You can't. That is impossible.
Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
Wrong path?
That is correct. Your path was inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is light, there is shadow. So it goes.
What are you talking about?
It matters not. The loser has been decided.
Told you I'm not gonna lose.
No, you misunderstand. You haven't lost. I have lost.
What? Jupiter didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero? Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise. She managed a single nod. Jupiter laid her back down gently and left for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere. Damn it. He didn't want to leave Kenny alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. Kenny? He wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. And now she was gone. Oh god. No. No. Where is she? Connie. 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 Connie! His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. The voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. Strange smell, one he had smelled before. The smell of a particular white smoke. 9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Holy fuck. God damn, that was an entire fucking roller coaster of emotions. Ugh. If you ever need like a fucking reason to play a Zero Escape game, this is one of them. Holy shit, the writing was so good there. God damn. I have no words, man. This got me like so fucking hooked, man. And this is not even the true ending. This is an ending that we need to unlock the true ending. Oh my god. I am not okay right now. I feel all beaten down and used up right now. But that's how I know I got a banger of a game right here. Holy shit. Taro Uchikochi, thank you so much and fuck you. Holy shit. The end. Or is it? Oh god. Oh. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries us behind. Oh. Is this a different intro now? Now it is time. Let our game begin. Bitch, I still had a true ending that I need to do. There you have it, the safe ending. So yeah, technically there are 2 more endings that the game has. But one is the true ending and another ending, but the other ending is literally the true ending, but it ends at a fucking cliffhanger. So, well, I saw the consensus online. You don't even need to go that route. You could just go for the true ending, and it will unlock both of them. So that means next time when we get back, this is the end of the stream, isn't it? I probably should. It's almost midnight. And given how long this ending was, the true ending is probably going to take like 2 hours. Not counting the escape rooms that I need to redo. Because I should probably clarify. Let me just stay here so it doesn't redo the whole intro again. So now that we have those 4 endings, for the true ending, I need to go to door 4, then door 7, and door 1, and make sure I've done all the story checks, which is like answering certain questions a certain way. There are only 4 of those checks, so honestly, let me first pull the schedule real quick before I finish my thoughts that I have. But yes, tomorrow we have Slide 3 Honor Among Thieves happening. But in all honesty, I think I just might do another 9-hour, 9-person 9 door stream on Friday. This shit cannot wait for another week, man. This shit cannot wait. No. I refuse to wait for another week until we finish this. So, I think probably because there's only one more route, I think we could probably finish that 3 hours. I wanna safely bet 3 hours. So I'll probably do it Friday at like 6:30 usual time or whatever, but I need to see how this ends. Like I am fully down the rabbit hole now. I can't believe it. I'm going fucking insane here. Okay, but yeah, for now, I need to unwind, go to bed, and get all freshed up for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do some Slide 3. We have a nice little palate cleanser before we do more 999 on Friday. Mark my words. Yeah, let's see. Is anyone still live now? It's going on forever. Yeah. Let's see here. You know what? Let's go say hi to Chrono Yaiba. They are playing Castlevania Symphony of the Nights. I have yet to ever play a Castlevania game, but I am too scared to try it because they seem really fucking difficult. Who knows? Maybe someday. Castlevania sounds fun. So we'll go check it out. Man, oh man. I sincerely hope you all been enjoying this as much as I have. Like, I can only imagine how more insane the true ending is going to be. But yeah, Seven and Snake, they're the fucking goats. Lotus is also really cool. I'm kind of scared because the only person we haven't really go so much in depth about is Santa, and I'm kind of scared if that's going to happen with the true ending. Have a good one, Akira. Thank you so much for rating, Mark. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. It should also probably be like really late for you right now. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, man. Everybody have yourself a good one, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.